Hare Krishna, everyone. All the Aarti sponsor, please come in the front. Anyone who has sponsored the Aarti, Mayank Shah and Parag and family. Leela Rao Mataji. આપણે ગુજરાતી તમે સમજો છો ગુજરાતી સમજો છો આપણે બીજા 3 સ્પોન્સર છે જો આ નથી જો એ કદાચ નહીં આવે ને તો તમને લોકોને એક આરતી ભેટ આપી દઈશું તો તમને જે ત્યાં ઉભું ત્યાં ઉભા રહો તમે ફેમિલી વાંધો નહીં ના 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 નહીં આરતી જો 6 વાગે તો આરતી કોઈની રાહ ના જોવે ઓકે તો હું સમજાવી દઉં પહેલા છે ને તમારે આ સ્પૂનથી તમારો હાથ ધોઈ કાઢવાનો સ્પૂનથી હાથ ધોઈ કાઢવાનો ને પછી જે બી આરતી કરવાનું હોય એ સ્પૂનથી બધા હાથ ધોઈ કાઢજો પછી પહેલી આરતી થશે અગરબત્તીથી અગરબત્તી થાય ને ત્યારે હું તમને મેસ્ટિકથી સળગાવી આપીશ ને પૂજારીને ફોલો કરવાના પૂજારી સંઘ વગાડશે ને સંઘ વગાડશે પછી આ અગરબત્તી કરશે અગરબત્તી પછી આ તમારે બેલ વગાડવાનો તમારે પછી અગરબત્તી પતશે એટલે આ આરતી થશે ને આરતી વિલ ગો ફોર ઓલમોસ્ટ 30 મિનિટ 25-30 મિનિટ ઓકે આરતી કરશે હું તમે સળગાવી આપીશ પછી ભગવાનને સ્નાન કરાવશે તમારે શું કરવાનું અમારી થોડું પાણી ચમચી 2-3 ચમચી આમાં મૂકી દેવાનું ને પૂજારીને ફોલો કરવાનું થોડું વધારે બહુ બી વાંધો નહીં ને પૂજારીને ફોલો કરવાનું આ પતશે પછી ભગવાનને ટ્રાય કરશે શાંતિ તમારે એ ફોલો કરવાનું જે કરે ને પછી એ કરે પછી ભગવાનને ફૂલ આપશે ભગવાનને ફૂલ આપશે ને ફૂલ આપશે પછી તમારે ચામર કરશે ને મોરપીચ કરશે એ તમારે ફોલો નહીં કરવાનું એ ખાલી તમારે પછી બરાબર છે બીજું કોઈ આવ્યું નથી એટલે તમે બે લઈ લો તમે પછી થોડા જણા અહીંયા આવતો થોડા જણા અહીંયા આવતો ના ના એ તો વાંધો નહીં છે બીજી છે એટલે તમે ચિંતા ના ને પછી આ એક પ્લેટ છે ને તમારે ઘરે લઈ જાઓ આ તમારી છે આ બધું તમારે લઈ જાઓ બરાબર છે તમારે વારા પરથી કરવું તો બધાને કારણ તો બહુ લાંબુ પડશે તમારે ટર્ન કરવું હોય તો તમારે ટર્ન કરાવી જશે You follow the pujari.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad. Oh, I'll do it after the.
No, 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 no. Right. Yes. You can still.
I'll start it and then I'll like.
No, 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 no. You can still go like this. Okay, Abhi, no problem.
Yeah.
We'll finish it.
Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Presaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti. So there's a note, a note in there. I have to put Vishnu Paraya. Okay. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Devrisesha Sunyavadi Bhaksyatare Satarine Na. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Ragarajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram 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 Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram 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 Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Sitaram 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 Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram Sitaram Lakshmana Hanuman. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman, Sita. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram, Raghupati. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram, Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Sitaram, 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 Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram, 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 Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Sitaram, 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 Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe, Jaya. Jaya Radha, Madhava Radha, Madhava Sri Radhe, Jaya. Jaya Radha, Madhava Radha, Madhava Sri Radhe, Jaya. Jaya Radha, Madhava Radha, Madhava Sri Radhe, Jaya. Jaya 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 Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jaya. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya. Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Nitai Gaura Haripo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haripo, Nitai. Yam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parvacharya Asatara Divine Grace. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki. Ananda Koti Vaishnava Ki Jai. Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Vrindavan Maya Purnami Ki Jai. Sri Radha Shama Sundari Ki Jai. Sri Radha Madhava Ki Jai. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Gaura Premanande. All glories to your Sundar devotees. All glories to Sundar devotees. It was not. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narasingaya. Namaste Narasingaya. La la da la da da ine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilatanka nakalaye Ito na shingo parato na shingo Yato yato yami tato na shingo Bahir na shingo hidaye na shingo Bahir na shingo hidaye na shingo Nara Chingamadim Sharanam Prapade Nara Chingamadim Sharanam Prapade Tava Kara Kamala Varenakam Adbhuta Singam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshapatirtha Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narsingadev Jaya Narsingadev Jaya Narsingadev Jaya Narsingadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Nara Hari Jaya Nara Hari Jaya Nara Hari Jaya Nara Hari. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Well, Shri Shri Vigan Vinashak Vigan Harta Shri Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagwan Ji Ki Shri Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj Ki Nitai Gaura Premanande. All right. Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to our Ram Navami program. Can we start with a loud Hari Bol? Hari Bol! Alrighty, so now we will have a class by His Grace Gopal Hari Prabhuji. So if everyone can please turn this way towards the Vyasasan, and then we'll begin class shortly. And everyone can please move up. There'll be a lot more people coming in later, so we'll just want to make room for them. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Bihari Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivara Dhari Jaya Girivara Dhari Jaya Yashoda Nandana Jaya Braja Janara Jana Jaya Jaya Yashoda Nandana Jaya Braja Janara Jana Jaya Yamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Jamuna Jaya Jamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Jai Hanuman Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Haribal 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 Nitai Gaura Haribal Go Pramanande Hare Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki Srila Prabhupada ki Ram Navami Mahotsava ki Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna, welcome everyone to Ram Navami festivities. This is a very special festival. Srila Prabhupada had said that all the festivals are very auspicious, right? This is a religion of festivals. We have virtually every day of the calendar, there's some festival going on. And he said, but if we were to measure like the top four, then Ram Navami is in the top four, one of the major festivals of the year, Srila Prabhupada said. In India, we put more emphasis on Diwali. But actually of the two, Ram Navami is even more special because it's the actual appearance day of Lord Ram. So he said Janmashtami, Gaur Purnima, which you just had, Ram Navami and Nrsimha Chaturdashi. These four for Gaudiya Vaishnavas are particularly important. Now Krishna has so many incarnations, so many expansions, but Lord Ram, this particular form of the Lord, is very, very special. We have a special affection and place for Krishna in the form of Lord Ram in the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition as well. In so many temples around the world, ISKCON temples, you will find murtis of Sita, Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman. Here we don't have that, but we are meditating on him today and deeply praying for his blessings today. So I'm going to read one verse, start from a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, and I just kept it low tech this time, so no slideshow or anything. We will start with this. This is Canto 9, Chapter 11, Text 22. I'll read the verse and then the translation purport. Sayai sprishto vidrishto va samvishto nagato piva kosalaste yayusthanam yatra gachanti yogina. Canto 9, Chapter 11, Text 22. People have their phones, I forgot this. Translation. Lord Ramachandra returned to his abode, to which bhakti yogis are promoted. This is the place to which all the inhabitants of Ayodhya went after they served the Lord in his manifest pastimes, by offering him obeisances, touching his lotus feet, fully observing him as a father-like king, sitting or lying down with him like equals, or even just accompanying him. Please repeat. Lord Ramachandra returned to his abode, to which bhakti yogis are promoted. This is the place to which all the inhabitants of Ayodhya went after they served the Lord in his manifest pastimes, by offering him obeisances, touching his lotus feet, fully observing him as a father-like king, sitting or lying down with him like equals, or even just accompanying him. Purport. The Lord says in Bhagavad Gita 4:9, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punar janma naiti mameti sorjuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Here this is confirmed. All the inhabitants of Ayodhya who saw Lord Ramachandra as citizens, served him as servants, sat and talked with him as friends, or were somehow or other present during his reign, went back home, back to Godhead. After giving up the body, the devotee who becomes perfect in devotional service enters that particular universe where Lord Ramachandra or Lord Krishna is engaged in his pastimes. Then, after being trained to serve the Lord in various capacities in that Prakata Leela, the devotee is finally promoted to Sanatana Dharma, Sanatana Dhama, the supreme abode in the spiritual world. This Sanatana Dhama is also mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, Parastasmatu bhavanyu vyakto vyaktat sanatana. One who enters the transcendental pastimes of the Lord is called Nitya Leela, Pravishtha. To understand clearly why Lord Ramachandra returned, it is mentioned herewith that the Lord went to that particular place where the bhakti yogis go. The impersonalists misunderstand the statements of Srimad Bhagavatam to mean that the Lord entered his own effulgence and therefore become impersonal. But the Lord is a person, and his devotees are persons. Indeed, the living entities like the Lord were persons in the past, they're persons in the present, and they will continue to be persons even after giving up the body. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Om Jnanam Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vanchakalpa Tarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, this is a verse, a beautiful verse, describing how Lord Ramachandra has his own abode in the spiritual world. Each form of the Lord has a form and an abode in the spiritual world that is eternal. And those who worship him as Lord Ramachandra, and those who understand his divine appearance, Janma karma chame divyam, that he is perfectly divine, his appearance and activities are not material, they return to that abode. And this is a verse from the Ramayana, or the story of Lord Ram, that appears in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, there are many, many hundreds of different Ramayans, maybe about 600 different Ramayans, or retellings of the same pastime of Lord Ram. Because it is one of the most famous narrations in our scriptures, and it's spread all through Asia. Right? It's not just India. If you go to Bali, Thailand, Bangkok, Sri Lanka, many of you went, you'll see the deities, the temples, and the pastimes of Lord Ram spread throughout the whole of Asia. Because this was all Lord Ram's kingdom, right? He was ruling this whole world at that time. And thus we find devotees of Lord Ram all over the world. And those who worship him in that form as Lord Ram, they will go back to him and they will see him in that form as Lord Ram. So there's so many Ramayans, so many depictions and narrations. And the narration of the Ramayana in the Srimad Bhagavatam is actually quite short, right? It's relatively short. But there's a special mood or a special feeling to the Bhagavatam's description of the Ramayana. Right? There's so many different descriptions of the Ramayana, but this one is special. The Bhagavatam doesn't tell all the details. In fact, when Shukadeva Goswami starts to narrate the pastimes of Lord Ram in the Ramayana, he tells Maharaj Parikshit that you have already heard this so many times. They say in India that no one hears Ramayana for the first time. Meaning that you could never remember when's the first time you heard the Ramayana. Because it's such a dear book, right? It's so told and again shared with everyone since people are little. So he said, you've already heard this so many times, so I'll keep it very short. But then he says, but I'll give you the essence of it. And then he speaks this Ramayana in the Bhagavatam, which is just 2 chapters. And actually, right after this, we're a little bit on a time schedule, we're going to hear the most beautiful rendition of the Ramayana in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is kind of a preparation to the best part that is coming. Very soon we'll have a musical rendition of the entire or most of the Ramayana in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So what makes the Bhagavatam's Ramayana unique? Right? Every Ramayana has a certain flavor to it. Valmiki Ramayana is the most authentic ancient Ramayana, the oldest one, most authorized. And then different Ramayans describe different aspects of it. Like Ramcharitmanas, even the word Ramcharitmanas means the Ramayana that is in the mind of Tulsidas, right? It's not meant to be a historical narration. It's his realization or his feeling about the pastimes of Lord Ram that's being described in Ramcharitmanas. So what is unique about the Srimad Bhagavatam's Ramayana? And in order to understand that, Prabhupada actually describes in a purport in the, I believe, 4th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, where he says that the Ramayana can be understood on 3 levels. The first level, the most basic message of the Ramayana, is that it's a book on dharma, a book on duty. dharma or duty, right? This is why it's famous all over the world. Because, especially India, people gain great inspiration by reading the Ramayana. It's, the verse after this one, actually, the one that we read, the verse after this one says that the main fruit or benediction of reading the Ramayana is what? Who knows? The main fruit of reading the Ramayana, it says, is that it frees the heart from envy. It frees the heart from all misgivings. Why? Because in the Ramayana, throughout the Ramayana, we see how each person is dealing with another person with so much affection and love. Like, there's no envy in their hearts. As a family, they're perfectly cooperative. As citizens and kings, they're perfectly cooperative. Like there's this famous Ram Bharat Milan, where after Lord Ram leaves, he goes to the forest and Bharat follows him. And he, with his small entourage, he goes to the forest to meet Lord Ram there. And when Bharat meets him there, then, Lakshman's thinking he's got his bow ready. Bharat is coming to attack us, probably to finish off both of us. Even in the forest, he's not happy if we are here. And Lord Ram tells him, no, stop. My Bharat is not like this. He has come for a different purpose. So when he comes, he holds a debate with Lord Ram. He holds a conversation with him, an official conversation. And Lord Ram is there, and he brings Vashishta Muni with him. And he says, you are the, the judge. And this is a battle that takes place between Bharat and Ram. It's actually a battle. Lakshman was right. He came to fight with Ram. And the battle was, it said, the battle of love, where Bharat gives every reason to Lord Ram, all the reasons from the scriptures, from logic, that Lord Ram should come back and he should become king of Ayodhya again. He says, now your father has left this world. Now it is your duty to come back. And if you love me, you should come back. Don't you love me? If you love me, then you should come back. And all three mothers also come with him, Kaushalya, Kaikeyi, Sumitra. And Kaikeyi is begging forgiveness from Lord Ram. She's saying, yes, I'm ordering you as your mother to come back. And then Lord Ram, he is giving responses in return that, no, I will not come back. Because this is my word to my father. And my father, he is, he is not just my father, but it's his word. I have to respect his word. I have to respect the word, the honor of the royalty. And so, like this, they go back and forth. And what's the argument? They're saying, no, you become king. And Rama is saying, no, you become king. So normally in this world, brothers fight on who will be king. Right? We have big wars right now going on in the world, which is so unfortunate. Right? And one, especially among the royalty, there's so much that no one is a friend or a brother or a relative. Right? Brothers kill brothers, sons kill fathers, fathers kill sons. No one likes each other because everyone wants the kingdom. Even without the kingdom, just the inheritance, right? Families sometimes break apart over disputes over the inheritance. But here we see Bharat is telling Ram, no, you become king. And Ram is saying, no, you become king. And then finally Lord Ram tells Bharat, he says that, do you love me? And Bharat says, this is why I'm here, to bring you back. And he says, if you truly love me, then do what I want you to do. And let me stay in the forest. And if you love me, then you become king. And then Vashishta says, Lord Ram has won the battle. He has settled it. Bharat must accept this because it is the Lord's desire. So, on the first level, every person in the Ramayana, and Lord Ramachandra himself is showing the ideal duty, dharma. On another level, the Ramayana is showing the path of detachment. How is the Ramayana showing the path of detachment? Yes. He walked away. So he was detached. It said that he knew all about the schemes of Mantra and Kaikai, right? Mantra actually, she was a pro scheme maker. She was good at creating stories, creating fears in people's minds and drama. That she was telling, I had a dream. This is in the Ramayana. So that once Ram becomes king, you will become the maidservant of Kaushalya, she tells Kaikai. And she says, I'm not doing this for myself. I will go into the fire and kill myself to see my mistress become the maidservant of Kaushalya. There is no such scheme, right? Lord Ram would call his mother Kaikai. When he would refer to Kaikai, he would say mother. And when he would refer to his own mother, then he would say elder mother, Badi Ma, right? Just like we say in Indian culture, Vedic culture, the elder brother's, the father's elder brother, his wife is called Badi Ma, elder mother. So he would call his own mother elder mother. And he would call Kaikai mother. This is how, sweet he was. And she loved Ram more than even her own son. But this is the nature. Mantra sort of represents, exactly opposite of what Lord Ram is. And so this is the nature of mantra, her envy, that she is creating a false scenario. And though Ram knows all this, he walks away. He says, it must be the will of providence. There's something greater that is there for us, and therefore I must be there. Yes, so he walks away. What's another reason that the Ramayana teaches us detachment? It teaches us detachment because actually the Ramayana, the primary rasa of the Ramayana is shoka, or grief. Bhagavatam describes that Lord Ram shows the state of a man who is too attached to his wife. When Ravan steals away Sita, then for months Lord Ram is walking from one forest to another, calling out the name of Sita, missing her so much. And then once he comes back, again he is separated from Sita, and he is lamenting again. So on a deeper level, it's actually showing us detachment. That this world is a place of shoka. It's a tragedy. The story of the Ramayana is a tragedy. But then, on a third level, on the highest level, the Ramayana is teaching us bhakti, devotion to Krishna. It's teaching us bhakti, and particularly the highest form of bhakti, which is what type of bhakti? It fits in very well with detachment. Anyone want to share? It's showing us viraha bhakti or vipralamba bhakti. Because when we read the Ramayana, we see that there's very few times when, it's the live happily ever after part. Most of the time, Ram, Sita, they are separated from each other. Everyone is in separation from Lord Ram. Virtually everyone is crying. Right? So when Mother Sita, the wedding happens, the Swayamvar happens, and she comes back to Ayodhya, virtually the very next day, they're banished to the forest. And after they're banished to the forest, they stay together very happily for 13 years, and then after that, the 14th year, Sita is separated. She is in separation from Lord Ram. Then, after that, once Lord Ram, wins her back, fights and all these things, he comes back to Ayodhya. And Valmiki Ramayana, there's again different renditions, but Valmiki Ramayana describes that they stay together happily ever after in the kingdom for 2 years. For 2 years they stay together. I actually researched it. We were discussing this the other day. We weren't sure, but he says actually 2 years he was there. And then after that, the gossip started in the kingdom. Lord Ram, as a king, as an ideal king, had to sacrifice Mother Sita's association. Though he was, every evening, every night he would cry in separation from Mother Sita. But after 2 years, Mother Sita is banished to the forest. And then Lord Ram and Sita, they stay separate for 10,000 years. Lord Ram is the king of Ayodhya for 10,000 years, and Mother Sita stays separate. She stays alone. Then after 10,000 years, then they depart. Again, different renditions and different things like that. There's other places where it's described differently. But this is one description. So when we say, where is the joy? This is the Lord's pastime. Where is the happiness? Not only Mother Sita, because many people, they criticize Lord Ram for this. How is it for his own honor he banished his poor wife to the forest? But even towards the end, Lord Ram banishes Lakshman to the forest. And Lakshman was non-different than his own life, right? Even Mother Sita, he could bear the separation. But from Lakshman, he could not. At the end, towards the end of his pastimes, Yamaraj comes in the form of a sage. And this sage comes to Lord Ram and he says, I would like to have a dialogue with you. Very important dialogue. And during this dialogue, this discussion, no one should disturb us. I need your promise, because this is the most important dialogue. So I don't want any disturbance. You're a king, someone's going to come knocking on the door, or the phone's going to ring, or your beeper's going to go off, and you're going to disturb this conversation. So he says, no, I don't want any disturbance. So Lord Ram, he promises, he says that anyone who disturbs our conversation, I promise you, they will not live. So no one will disturb my conversation with you. So then he calls Lakshman and he says, you please stand guard here. And so Lakshman, he says, I will stand guard. And he tells Lakshman, he says, if anyone comes and disturbs this conversation, do know that I am bound by my vow that they will not live. I will have to kill them. So don't let anyone come in. So Lakshman stands, he entrusted the most difficult task always to Lakshman. So no one is going to come in if Lakshman is there. So he stands guard on the door. The conversation inside is happening. And guess who comes? Durvasa Muni. Yes, whenever there's trouble in the Vedic scriptures, you have Durvasa Muni. So Durvasa Muni comes walking in and he comes to Lakshman. He says, I need to see Lord Ram right now. Right now. And now means now. So Lakshman says, I'm sorry, king, but I'm sorry, sage, but please, we cannot disturb him right now. And he says, if you don't let me see Lord Ram right now, then I will destroy the entire Ayodhya. By my curse, be sure I will destroy the entire Ayodhya. And Lakshman is thinking now what to do. This is Durvasa Muni. No one can only Ambarish Maharaj was able to evade Durvasa Muni. No one can evade him. So he thinks what to do. And he starts to think and he says, well, Lord Ram said that if anyone comes in, whoever disturbs will die. So Durvasa Muni will destroy his entire Ayodhya. And it is my duty, as in Lord Ram's absence, to protect Ayodhya and to protect his kingdom. So better I die and the whole Ayodhya remains than if I don't disturb it and Durvasa Muni burns up the entire Ayodhya. So Lakshman, knock, 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 goes and opens the door and says, Lord Ram, please, I have to tell you, Durvasa Muni is at the door and he's really angry. So you must come right now. So Lord Ram, he sees Lord Lakshman and he's shocked. He doesn't say anything. But he wraps up the conversation with the sage. In a few moments, he finishes it up. Actually, they were just finishing at that time anyway, pretty much. And he gets up and he goes and he meets with Durvasa Muni. He says, Sage, how can I serve you? And Durvasa Muni says, oh, I just came here. Can you please feed all my disciples? Me and my disciples are very hungry. Can you feed us? So Lord Ram says, oh, no problem. And putting a smile on his face, Ram and Lakshman serve all the sages. They they feed them, and Durvasa Muni leaves with all of his disciples. And then once he leaves, then Ram, he cannot see Lakshman's face. He cannot even see his face. He doesn't know what to do. As I said, Lakshman, Lord Ram considers was himself. It was his own self. He never saw any difference between himself and Lakshman. This is how dear he was. And now he has taken a vow that he will kill anyone who had broken that conversation. And he's bound. And the person who breaks it is Lakshman, but he cannot do that. Right? It's said that Lord Ram has three qualities. He's a person of one. He has he fulfills all of his purposes by one arrow. Right? One arrow, Lord Ram would kill the demons. Unlike Krishna, he didn't need to play around with them or run away 18 times. With one arrow, he was a person of one arrow. Yes, he was a person of one arrow. He was a person of one wife. So many times he received proposals. And even after Sita was banished to the forest, Lord Ram never married again. He could have married, he was the king. She's banished, but have 10 more wives. But he never took another wife. And he was a person of one. So one arrow, one wife, and one word. He was a person of one word. He would never break his word. So Ram is thinking in this way, and he's telling Lakshman that I don't know what to do, and therefore I should give up the kingdom and enter the fire. He's thinking, I should end. And Lakshman tells Lord Ram, he says, why are you even concerned? To die at your hands would be the perfection of my life. Okay? If I die at your hands, he says, what could be the greater gift for me? Imagine, look at Lakshman's devotion for Lord Ram. It's not just that he was king, so I support him because he's king and so I'm also king, you scratch the back of the person who's in power and then you stay in power. No. His devotion, his bhakti towards Lord Ram, he says, this would be a perfect finale of my service to you. That throughout my life I served you and at the end, I die by your hands. So Raman cannot do that. Lakshman is asking him to do that. And so they again call in Vashishta Muni. Right? This is the importance of the guru, the spiritual master. So important. And he's a sage. He comes in and he hears what happens. And he tells Lord Ram, he says, you cannot break your word. You are in the line of Dashrath, you cannot break your word. And you went to the forest for 14 years to uphold the word of your father. You see, in previous times, the word was, observing one's word of honor was considered very important. When Lord Ram goes to the forest, he knows that his father will die. He has that knowledge. That in separation, his father will not be able to survive. His father will die out of separation from him. So when he's going to the forest, he's not going for his father. Because if he was going for his father, he would stay back. His father tells him that disobey my instructions. I have to say this, but you should disobey my instructions. So Lord Ram does not go to the forest for his father. What does he go to the forest for? To uphold the truth, to uphold his word. But why his word? Why his truth? Why uphold that more than respecting one's father? Because his father is worshipable. Yes. So that riti is there. Very nice. That tradition is there, but he observed the truth because the truth was understood to be an incarnation of the Lord. That's why you see Lord Ram, Bhishma Dev, others, they would uphold the truth because upholding that was their service to the Lord. They saw it as, my first duty is to the Lord, is to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So his first duty was to serve the Lord before anyone else. So Vashishta Muni tells Lord Ram, you cannot break your word. However, there's always a solution. He says, but banishing someone to the forest, banishing someone is considered the same as death, right? It's considered the same as death. So if you banish Lakshman to the forest, that will be equivalent to killing him. And that's why you banish him to the forest. And so Ram and Lakshman, who have never been separated from each other, who never, Bharat was separate from Ram, Sita was separated from Ram, Hanumanji was separated from Ram for such a long time until he finally met Lord Ram. But Lakshman was one person from their very birth. He was, almost like combined twins, never separated from Ram. Even he, at the end, is separated from Lord Ram. Everyone in the Ramayana, at a certain point, is longing, is separated from Lord Ram, and is longing for his association. And in many ways, Ramayana ends as a tragedy, right? In tears of separation. Then with heartbroken, Lord Ram also, disappears. So why is it that this is being described? The Srimad Bhagavatam explains and shows that in fact, this separation, this viraha, is the highest achievement of love of God. Longing for the association for the Lord. So while on a material level, everyone is quote unquote suffering, on a spiritual level, they're experiencing the highest spiritual ecstasy. And that's why unless we understand the Ramayana on this level, unless we understand it on the devotional level, through the eyes of the Srimad Bhagavatam, we actually can't make sense of the Ramayana. Right? The Ramayana doesn't make sense. It's like, why isn't there a happily ever after part? Because this love and separation is the highest ecstasy, right? The highest union with the Lord. So in that separation is the highest union. And this also is the theme of the Ramayana, that the devotee and Lord Ram are separated. In every scene, either Sita and Ram are separated, Ram and Lakshman are separated, Ram and Bharat are separated. And what are the devotees trying to do? They're trying to unite them. They're trying to bring them back together. Mother Sita and Ram are separated. Ravana has, taken her away. And Hanuman's meditation is, how can I bring them back together? And Srila Prabhupada explains that this is in fact the mood of a devotee, as opposed to the mood of, someone who's forgotten the Lord. That a materialist wants to separate Lakshmi from Narayan, right? It's all for me. The Lakshmi is for me. Everything is for me. This all that I foresee is for me. Enjoy Lakshmi without Narayan. Keep Lakshmi away from Narayan. And this is the Ravana consciousness. Ravan wants to take away Sita from Ram and, kidnaps her and rushes away. And what is the devotee's consciousness? Hanumanji's consciousness? Let me some or the other unite Ram and Lakshman. Ram and Sita. Let me unite them back together so that their milan can happen again. And as a perfect devotee of the Lord, a perfect unalloyed servant of the Lord, his every moment, his every meditation is on how to bring Sita and Ram together. When he goes to Lanka, right, there's this beautiful narration. This is called Sundarkand, and I'll end with this. When he goes to Lanka, then he forgets his power, and Jambavan has to remind him of his strength, showing one very important message in the Ramayana, that for service, one needs empowerment. He's wanting to do the service, but until he receives the empowerment, he's unable to do it. And when he's empowered to do it, no one can stop him. For service is a privilege, and we receive this privilege by the empowerment of the Lord. So he's reminded by Jambavan that Sita he has the strength to jump over to Lanka. And once he reaches there, he's looking for Sita. And he's going through all the palaces of Ravana. And he's looking at all these beautiful women. And then he's looking at these women, he's like, am I supposed to do this? I'm a brahmachari. And I actually might, fall prey to women. But then he says, no, I'm doing this only in service to Lord Ram. I'm looking, my eyes are looking only to serve Lord Ram so I can bring Sita and Ram together. And then finally he finds Mother Sita in the Ashok Vatika. He finds her there. And when he finds her there, then he doesn't immediately jump in front of her, because that will scare her. She'll think that this is Ravana in another form that has come. But he goes on a tree. And what does he do? He starts to glorify Lord Ram. Starts to sing his glories. This is Sundarkand, most recited part of the Ramayana. And when he's reciting the story of Ramayana, of Lord's pastimes, then Sita understands that this cannot be Ravana. Because no matter how mystical and trickery and duplicitous Ravana is, he will never glorify the Lord in this way. He will never glorify Lord Ram. He can't get himself to do it. Even in his shape-shift forms, he can't get himself to do it. So like this, by glorifying the Lord, he instills faith in her. And then what does he do? He drops the ring. And when he drops the ring, it falls on Sita's lap. And then she knows, this is the ring. Yes, this is also not, cannot be manufactured. This has to be coming from Raghava, Lord Ramachandra. And this gives her energy, this gives her strength. And then when he drops the ring, he gives her hope. And Srila Prabhupada describes that this is the role of a devotee. A devotee is a messenger of hope. A devotee is every soul's well-wisher. He's trying to reunite the souls that are lost. That is Sita. So it's not just Krishna's creation, but the souls are also the energies of the Lord. They're trying to reunite the souls back to Krishna. And how are they doing it? By giving the ring. And what's the ring? Tava kathamritam tapta jivanam kavibiriditum kalmasapaham shravana mangalam srimadatatam bhuvigrinantiye bhuridajana. It is the messages of the Lord, right? That ring is the narrations of the Lord. That ring is the Srimad Bhagavatam, right? These books that we pass out to people, so that they may have that ring, that connection. They may become reconnected with Lord Ramachandra again. May revive that eternal relationship with Lord Ramachandra and go back home, back to him. Go back to God and go back to Saket Dham, which, as we were reading in this verse, this is the goal, that every person should become a devotee of Lord Ram and should go back to his eternal abode. And we will go back to his eternal abode. Prabhupada here is promising that those who are his devotees, they go back to his eternal abode and join Lord Ramachandra's eternal pastimes. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki. So it's 7:17. We're already 2 minutes over. Now I believe we have the beautiful rendition. Now we are waiting to hear this Ramayana of the Srimad Bhagavatam that we were talking about. So we'll have this beautiful rendition of the Ramayana done by Jyotirmayi Mataji and Sripati Prabhu and Prabhu and yes, okay. And so while they're setting up, maybe we can take a comment or question. Anyone have a realization about Lord Ram that they would like to share? Yes. Just say, bro. Yeah, it's okay.
Like it's a Mahamantra, our mind goes stolen away by Ravana, different places. Very difficult to bring the mind in and concentrate the holy name of the Lord. Seeing that way, we need a devotee's blessings like Lakshman and Hanuman, so that we can bring our mind while we chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And
Yes. Yes, no, it's such a nice point that you're making. This is actually the whole point of viraha. That if the devotee feels separation from the Lord, if a devotee feels separation from the Lord, they are physically separated, but their mind has joined with the Lord. And so in that separation is the greatest union, right? In that separation, in that longing is the greatest union. Just like in Krishna's pastimes also is described that the gopis of Vrindavan who were not able to meet Krishna, they actually were able to embrace Krishna. They embraced him within their hearts and minds. And they were experiencing the highest ecstasy of devotion. So Prabhupada in the Krishna book, he says that the whole purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement is to learn how to cry for Krishna. You only cry for things that you miss. Right? If you're not missing, you don't cry for it. So when we are missing the Lord, when we're feeling separation from him, then we cry out to him. And that is the perfection of our life. So yes, that is our meditation. How should our minds, like Queen Kunti says, let my mind be attracted to you. Our mind become attached to the lotus feet of Lord Ram. And today we can ask for his blessings for that. Yes. Any other final thought? Okay, so we'll stop here. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Ram Navami Mahotsava ki, Go Pramanandi.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you for being with us this evening, such an auspicious day. Today we will be reciting the verses from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 9, Chapter 10. Srimad Bhagavatam was compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, who also compiled all the Vedas. Interestingly, if you see, like Gopal Hari Prabhu was mentioning, in Canto 9, the whole Ramayana has been fit into Chapter 10. I was like, how this can be done? And he gave the answer, because this has the essence of the whole Ramayana, which is being compiled in one chapter. So it's our humble effort. We are trying our best so that their lordships will be pleased. So we'll be reciting the verses, and we have my dear friend Anandarada Devi Dasi, who will be reading the translation for us, and my son Shripati, who will be playing violin, accompanying us to enhance the mood. We request all your blessings. नमां विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। अनन्तकोटि वैष्णववृन्द की जय। तस्यापि भगवान् येष साक्षात् ब्रह्ममयो हरिः अंशांशेन चतुर्भागात् पुत्रत्वं प्रातिथ सुरैः रामलक्ष्मण भरत शत्रुघ्ना इति संज्ञया।
Being prayed for by the demigods, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Absolute Truth Himself, directly appeared with His expansion and expansions of the expansion. Their holy names were Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata and Shatrughna. These celebrated incarnations thus appeared in 4 forms as the sons of Maharaja Dasharatha.
विश्वामित्राध्वरेयेण मारीचाद्या निशाचराः पश्यतो लक्ष्मणस्यैव हतानैरृत्तपुङ्गवाः।
In the arena of the sacrifice performed by Vishwamitra, Lord Ramachandra, the king of Ayodhya, killed many demons, rakshasas, and uncivilized men who wandered at night in the mode of darkness. may Lord Ramachandra, who killed these demons in the presence of Lakshmana, be kind enough to give us protection.
यो लोकवीरसमितौ धनुरैषमुग्रम् सीता स्वयंवरगृहे त्रिशतोपनीतम् आदाय बाल गजलील इवेक्षुयस्तिं सज्जीकृतं नृपविकृष्य भवञ्जमध्ये जित्वानुरूप गुणशील वयो अङ्गरूपां सीताभिदां श्रियम् उरस्य विलब्धमानां मार्गे व्रजन् भृगुपते व्यनयत् प्ररूढं दर्पं महिम् अकृतयस्त्रे हराजभीजा.
O King, the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra were wonderful, like those of a baby elephant. In the assembly where Mother Sita was to choose her husband in the midst of the heroes of this world, he broke the bow belonging to Lord Shiva. This bow was so heavy that it was carried by 300 men. But Lord Ramachandra bent and strung it and broke it in middle, just as a baby elephant breaks a stick of sugarcane. Thus, the Lord achieved the hand of Mother Sita, who was as equally as endowed with transcendental qualities of form, beauty, behavior, age, and nature. Indeed, she was the goddess of fortune, who constantly rests on the chest of the Lord. While returning from Sita's home after gaining her at the assembly of competitors, Lord Ramachandra met Parashurama. Although Parashurama was very proud, having rid the earth of the royal order 21 times, he was defeated by the Lord, who appeared to be a Kshatriya of the royal order.
सत्यपाश परिवीत पितुर्निदेशं स्त्रैणस्य चापि शिरसा जग्रे स भार्यः राज्यं श्रियं प्रणयिनः सुहृदो निवासं त्यक्त्वा यौवनम् असूनिव मुखसङ्गः.
Carrying out the order of his father, who was bound by a promise to his wife, Lord Ramachandra left behind his kingdom, opulence, friends, well-wishers, residents, and everything else, just as a liberated soul gives up his life, and went to the forest with Sita.
रक्षस्वसूर्व्यकृतरूपम् अशुद्धबुद्धेस्तस्याः करत्रिशिरदूषण मुख्यबन्धून् जग्ने चतुर्दशसहस्रम् अपारणीय कोदण्डपाणि अठमान उवास कृच्छ्रम्.
While wandering in the forest, where he accepted a life of hardship, carrying his invincible bow and arrows in his hand, Lord Ramachandra deformed Ravana's sister, who was polluted with lusty desires, by cutting off her nose and ears. He also killed her 14,000 Rakshasa friends, headed by Khara, Trishira, and Dushana.
सीता कथा श्रवण दीपित हृच्छयेन सृष्टं विलोक्य नृपते दशकन्दरेण जग्नेद्भुतेन वपुषा श्रमतोपकृष्टो मारीचं माशु विशिकेन यथा कमुग्रः.
O King Parikshit, when Ravana, who had 10 heads on his shoulders, heard about the beautiful and attractive features of Sita, his mind was agitated by lusty desires, and he went to kidnap her. To distract Lord Ramachandra from his ashrama, Ravana sent Maricha in the form of a golden deer. And when Lord Ramachandra saw that wonderful deer, he left his residence and followed it, and finally killed it with a sharp arrow, just as Lord Shiva killed Daksha.
रक्षोधमेन वृकवत् विपिने समक्षं वैदेहराजदुहितरी अपयापितायां भ्रात्रावने कृपणवत् प्रियया वियुक्तः स्त्रीसङ्गिनां गतिमिति प्रतयांश्चचार.
When Lord Ramachandra entered the forest and Lakshmana was also absent, the worst of the Rakshasas, Ravana, kidnapped Sita Devi, the daughter of the king of Videha, just as a tiger seizes unprotected sheep when the shepherd is absent. Thus, Lord Ramachandra wandered in the forest with his brother Lakshmana as if very much distressed due to separation from his wife. Thus, he showed by his personal example the condition of a person attached to women.
दग्ध्वात्मकृत्य हतकृत्यम् अहन्कबन्धं सख्यं विधाय कपिभिर्दयिता गतिं तैः बुद्ध्वा तवालिनी हते प्लवङ्गेन्द्रसैन्यैर्वेलामगात् स मनुजो जभवार्चिताङ्घ्रिः.
Lord Ramachandra, whose lotus feet are worshipped by Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, had assumed the form of a human being. Thus, he performed the funeral ceremony of Jatayu, who was killed by Ravana. The Lord then killed the demon named Kabandha, and after making friends with monkey chiefs, killing Wali and arranging for the deliverance of Mother Sita, he went to the beach of the ocean.
यद्रोष विभ्रम विवृत कटाक्षपात सम्भ्रान्त नक्रमकरो भयगीर्णघोषः सिन्धुशिरस्यर्हणं परिगृह्य रूपी पादारविन्दम् उपगम्य भभाषयेत.
After reaching the beach, Lord Ramachandra fasted for 3 days, awaiting the arrival of the ocean personified. When the ocean did not come, the Lord exhibited his pastimes of anger. And simply by glancing over the ocean, all the living entities within it, including the crocodiles and sharks, were agitated by fear. Then the personified ocean fearfully approached Lord Ramachandra, taking all paraphernalia to worship him. Falling at the Lord's lotus feet, the personified ocean spoke as follows.
भद्बोदधौ रघुपतिर्विविधाद्रिकूटैः सेतुं कपीन्द्रकरकम्पित भूरुहाङ्गैः सुग्रीवनील हनुमत् प्रमुखैरनीकैर्लङ्कां विभीषण दृशा विशदग्रदग्धाम्.
Shukadeva Goswami said, after constructing a bridge over the ocean by throwing into the water the peaks of mountains whose trees and other vegetation had been shaken by the hands of great monkeys, Lord Ramachandra went to Lanka to release Sita Devi from the clutches of Ravana. With the direction and help of Vibhishana, Ravana's brother, the Lord, along with monkey soldiers headed by Sugriva, Neela, and Hanuman, entered Ravana's kingdom, Lanka, which had previously been burned by Hanuman.
सावानरेन्द्र बलरुद्ध विहारकोष्ठ श्रीद्वार गोपुर सदो बलभीविताङ्क निर्भज्यमान दिशण ध्वज हेम कुम्भ शृङ्गाटका गजकुलैर्हृदिनीव घूर्णा.
After entering Lanka, the monkey soldiers, led by chiefs like Sugriva, Neela, and Hanuman, occupied all the sporting houses, granaries, treasuries, palace doorways, city gates, assembly houses, palace frontages, and even the resting houses of pigeons. When the city's crossroads, platforms, flags, and golden water pots on its domes were all destroyed, the entire city of Lanka appeared like a river disturbed by a herd of elephants.
रक्षः पतिस्तद् अवलोक्य निकुम्भकुम्भ धूम्राक्षदुर्मुख सुरान्तक नरान्तकादीन् पुत्रं प्रहस्तम् अतिकाय विकम्पनादीन् सर्वानुगान् समहिनोदत कुम्भकर्णम्.
When Ravana, the master of the Rakshasas, saw the disturbances created by the monkey soldiers, he called for Nikumbha, Kumbha, Dhumraksha, Durmukha, Surantaka, Narantaka, and other Rakshasas, and also his son Indrajit. Thereafter, he called for Prahasta, Atikaya, Vikampana, and finally Kumbhakarna. Then he induced all his followers to fight against the enemies.
तां यातु धानपृतनां हसिशूलचाप प्रासर्ष्टिशक्तिशर तोमर खड्गदुर्गां सुग्रीवलक्ष्मण मरुत्सुत गन्धमादा नीलाङ्गदर्क्ष पनसाधिभिरन्वितोगात्.
Lord Ramachandra, surrounded by Lakshmana and monkey soldiers like Sugriva, Hanuman, Gandhamada, Neela, Angada, Jambavan, and Panasa, attacked the soldiers of the Rakshasas, who were fully equipped with various invincible weapons like swords, lances, bows, prasas, rishtis, shakti arrows, khadgas, and tomaras.
ते निकपारघुपतेर् अभिपत्य सर्वे द्वन्द्वं वरुत्तं इबपत्ति रताश्वयोधैः जग्नूर्द्रुमैर्गिरिगदे शुभिरङ्गदाद्याः सीताभिमर्शहतमङ्गलरावणेशान्.
Angada and the other commanders of the soldiers of Ramachandra faced the elephants, infantry, horses, and chariots of the enemy and hurled against them big trees, mountain peaks, clubs, and arrows. Thus, the soldiers of Lord Ramachandra killed Ravana's soldiers, who had lost all good fortune because Ravana had been condemned by the anger of Mother Sita.
रक्षः पतिः स्वभलनष्टिम् अवेक्ष्य रुष्ट आरुह्य यानकम् अताभिससार रामम् स्वयसयन्दने द्युमति मातलिनोपनीते विभ्राजमानं महनं निशीतैः क्षुप्रयैः.
Thereafter, when Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas, observed that his soldiers had been lost, he was extremely angry. Thus, he mounted his airplane, which was decorated with flowers, and proceeded toward Lord Ramachandra, who sat on the effulgent chariot brought by Matali, the chariot driver of Indra. Then Ravana struck Lord Ramachandra with sharp arrows.
रामस्तं आह पुरुषाद पुरीशयन्नः कान्ता समक्षम् असता पहृता स्ववत्ते त्यक्तत्रपस्य फलमद्य जुगुप्सितस्य यच्चामि काल इव कर्तुर्हलङ्ग्यवीर्यः.
Lord Ramachandra said to Ravana, "You are the most abominable of the man-eaters. Indeed, you are like theirs too. You resemble a dog, for as a dog steals eatables from the kitchen in the absence of the householder, in my absence you kidnapped my wife, Sita Devi. Therefore, as Yamaraja punishes sinful men, I shall also punish you. You are most abominable, sinful, and shameless. Today, therefore, I, whose attempt never fails, shall punish you."
एवं क्षिपन् धनुषी सन्दितम् उत्ससर्ज बाणं स वज्रम् इव तद् हृदयं बिभेद सोऽसृग्वमन् दशमुखैर्न्यपतद्विमानात् धाहेति जल्पति जने सुकृतिवरिक्तः.
After thus rebuking Ravana, Lord Ramachandra fixed an arrow to his bow, aimed at Ravana, and released the arrow, which pierced Ravana's heart like a thunderbolt. Upon seeing this, Ravana's followers raised a tumultuous sound, crying, "Alas, alas! What has happened? What has happened?" As Ravana vomited blood from his 10 mouths, fell from his airplane, just as a pious man falls to earth from the heavenly planets when the results of his pious activities are exhausted.
ततो निष्क्रम्य लङ्काया यातु धान्यः सहस्रशः मण्डोदर्या समं तत्र प्ररुद्धन्त्य उपाद्रवन्.
Thereafter, all the women whose husbands had fallen in the battle, headed by Mandodari, the wife of Ravana, came out of Lanka, continuously crying, they approached the dead bodies of Ravana and the other Rakshasas.
श्रीसुक उवाच स्वानां विभीषणश्चक्रे कोसलेन्द्रानुमोदितः पितृमेधविधानेन यदुक्तं साम्प्रदायिकम्.
Sri Shukadeva Goswami said, Vibhishana, the pious brother of Ravana and devotee of Lord Ramachandra, received approval from Lord Ramachandra, the king of Kosala. Then he performed the prescribed funeral ceremonies for his family members to save them from the path to hell.
ततो धद्रर्ष भगवान् अशोकवनिकाश्रमे क्षामां स्वविराहव्याधिं सिंशपामूलमाश्रिताम्.
Thereafter, Lord Ramachandra found Sita Devi sitting in a small cottage beneath the tree named Simshapa in a forest of Ashoka trees. She was lean and thin, being aggrieved because of separation from him.
रामः प्रियतमां भार्यां दीनां वीक्ष्यान्वकम्पत आत्मसन्दर्शनाह्लाद विकसन्मुखपङ्कजाम्.
Seeing his wife in that condition, Lord Ramachandra was very compassionate. When Lord Ramachandra came before her, she was exceedingly happy to see her beloved, and her lotus-like mouth showed her joy.
आरोप्यारुरुहे यानं भ्रातृभ्यां हनुमद्युतः विभीषणाय भगवान् दत्त्वा रक्षो गणेशतां लङ्कामायुश्च कल्पान्तं ययौ चीर्णव्रतः पुरीम्.
After giving Vibhishana the power to rule the Rakshasa population of Lanka for the duration of one kalpa, Lord Ramachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavan, placed Sita Devi on an airplane decorated with flowers and then got on the plane himself. The period for his living in the forest having ended, the Lord returned to Ayodhya accompanied by Hanuman, Sugriva and his brother Lakshmana.
अवकीर्यमानः सुकुसुमैर् लोकपालार्पितैः पतिम् उपगीयमानच्चरितः शतधृतीयादिभिर्मुडा.
When Lord Ramachandra returned to his capital, Ayodhya, he was greeted on the road by the princely order, who showered his body with beautiful, fragrant flowers, while great personalities like Lord Brahma and other demigods glorified the activities of the Lord in great jubilation.
गोमूत्रयावकं श्रुत्वा भ्रातरं वल्कलाम्बरं महाकारुणिकोतप्यद् जटिलं स्तन्दिलेशयम्.
Upon reaching Ayodhya, Lord Ramachandra heard that in his absence, his brother Bharata was eating barley cooked in the urine of a cow, covered his body with the bark of trees, wearing matted locks of hair and lying on a mattress of kusha. The most merciful Lord very much lamented this.
पादुकेऽन्यस्य पुरतः प्राञ्जलिर्बाष्पलोचनः तम् आश्लिष्य चिरं दोर्भ्यां स्नापयन्नेत्रजैर्जलैः रामो लक्ष्मणः सीताभ्यां विप्रेभ्यो येर्ह सत्तमा तेभ्यः स्वयं नमश्चक्रे प्राजभिश्च नमस्कृतः.
After offering the wooden shoes before Lord Ramachandra, Lord Bharata stood with folded hands, his eyes full of tears. And Lord Ramachandra bathed Bharata with tears while embracing him with both arms for a long time. Accompanied by Mother Sita and Lakshmana, Lord Ramachandra then offered his respectful obeisances onto the learned Brahmanas and the elderly persons in the family, and all the citizens of Ayodhya offered their respectful obeisances unto the Lord.
दुन्वन्त उत्तरासङ्गान् पतिं वीक्ष्य चिरागतम् उत्तराः कोसलामाल्यैः किरन्तो ननृतुर्मुदा.
The citizens of Ayodhya, upon seeing their king return after a long absence, offered him flower garlands, waved their upper cloths, and danced in great jubilation.
पादुके भरतो गृह्णात् चामरव्यजनोत्तमे विभीषणः स सुग्रीवः श्वेतच्छत्रं मरुत्सुतः धनुर्निषङ्गान् शत्रुघ्नः सीतातीर्थकमण्डलुम् अभिप्रदङ्गगकण्गं हैमं चर्मक्षरान् नृपा.
O King, Lord Bharata carried Lord Ramachandra's wooden shoes. Sugriva and Vibhishana carried a whisk and an excellent fan. Hanuman carried a white umbrella. Sugriva carried a bow and 2 quivers. And Sita Devi carried a water pot filled with water from holy places. Angada carried a sword, and Jambavan, the king of the rikshas, carried a golden shield.
एवं कृतशिरः स्नानः सुवासाश्रग्वि अलङ्कृतः स्वलङ्कृतैः सुवासोभिर्भ्रातृभिर्भार्यया बभौ.
Lord Ramachandra, fully bathed and his head clean shaven, dressed himself very nicely and was decorated with a garland and ornaments. Thus he shone brightly, surrounded by his brothers and wife, who were similarly dressed and ornamented.
अग्रहीदासनं भ्रात्रा प्रणिपत्य प्रसादितः प्रजास्वधर्मनिरता वर्णाश्रमगुणान्विताः जुगोपपितृवद्रामो मेनिरे पितरं च तम्.
Being pleased by the full surrender and submission of Lord Bharata, Lord Ramachandra then accepted the throne of the state. He cared for the citizens exactly like a father, and the citizens, being fully engaged in their occupational duties of Varna and Ashrama, accepted him as their father.
त्रेतायां वर्तमानायां कालः कृतसमोऽभवत् रामे राजनि धर्मिज्ञे सर्वभूतः सुखावहे.
Lord Ramachandra, Lord Ramachandra became king during Treta Yuga, but because of his good government, the age was like Satya Yuga. Everyone was religious and completely happy.
नाधिव्याधि जराग्लानि दुःखशोकभयक्लमाः मृत्युश्चानिच्छतां नासीद् रामे राजनि अदोक्षजे.
When Lord Ramachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was the king of this world, all bodily and mental suffering, disease, old age, bereavement, lamentation, distress, fear, and fatigue were completely absent. There was even no death for those who did not want it.
एकपत्नी व्रतधरो राजऋषिचरितः शुचिः स्वधर्मं गृहमेदीयं शिक्षयन् स्वयम् आचरत्.
Lord Ramachandra took a vow to accept only one wife and have no connection with any other woman. He was a saintly king, and everything in his character was good, untinged by qualities like anger. He taught good behavior for everyone, especially for householders, in terms of Varnashrama Dharma. Thus, he taught the general public by his personal activities.
प्रेमानुवृत्त्या शिलेन प्रश्रयावनाता सती भिया ह्रिया च भावज्ञा भर्तुः सीता हरन्मनः.
Mother Sita was very submissive, faithful, shy, and chaste, always understanding the attitude of her husband. Thus, by her character and her love and service, she completely attracted the mind of the Lord.
Shri Rama Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama, 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 Shri Rama Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama. Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama, Shri Rama 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 Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama. श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की जय, श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय, श्री श्री राधा माधव की जय, श्री श्री गौरंग महाप्रभु की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय. I hope you all like the PPTs. I forgot to mention that was made by my husband Sachi Sutadas.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Please give big round of applause again to Jyotirmay Mataji and team. Just few announcements. Of course, we'll want to thank all our sponsors, all our volunteers. I'm not going to name them. We had almost 80 plus volunteers who volunteered from dressing to cooking to cleaning. And then also we have 45 plus sponsors who have sponsored this event. So with me, please chant Hare Krishna loudly and play for all of them and all of us. So see roundly, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Once again, thanks to all our volunteers and all our sponsors for supporting this event. We have two quick announcements. One is Gita Camp coming up. Gita Camp is coming up on July 27th to August 7th. It's a 2-week camp. Early registration is going on right now. Oh yeah. The next one, we have extension of Ram Navami program. So we on April 11th, we'll have Sundarkand recitation in our community hall on April 11th. We also will have Ram Leela and few other things on April 11th, Saturday. So please join us. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman, Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman, Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman, Sita Ram, Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo.